Greetings, mortals, and welcome back, and goodbye.
See you later, live forever and ever. So long, and thanks for all the fish and all that. So, I guess that's not what I should be saying. That's the thing that he would be saying because you're the one that's rounding out. That's beside the point. That is beside the point. Hey there. Wow, I really need to shave. How's it going? I am... I'm a little behind schedule. I have a very legitimate excuse. That excuse is that I just woke up. But I have a less legitimate excuse, and that less legitimate excuse is that my AC is not currently running because of some problem that I do not know the solution to. So, we're clicking on this button. It's going to be interesting to see how hot things get in here when I start streaming. Because we are approaching the hottest time of day in my tropical country. And I don't have a fan. I mean, I would never wear long pants. I only wear shorts. I own some long pants. I don't wear them unless I'm traveling somewhere. Like, why would anyone wear pants in Singapore? It's a crazy thing to do. The inputs I'm doing are so slow right now. It's very funny. Let's see. This is usually a much faster. A much faster setup. Okay, nailed it. We did that. Oh right, we still need to type the things. Still need to type the things. What am I doing? Going to Twitch. That looks like me. You know, that's actually true. So now that I think about it, I just now got the pun with "I'm a fan." Okay, look, don't. Okay, we're gonna paste over here. We have pasted into the thing. We're not late by 10 minutes. That's not the case. Okay, so it's also unfortunate that I'm not in the best shape for today because we're going to be doing some weird shit today. Today we are doing an actual build exploitation. We're going to take advantage of the party that we have built to good effort. We were trying to do some like terrain exploits over here, as y'all can see. But today we're going to be doing something special. Hey, later, live forever and ever. Let's see here. Going to Ravenshore because today we need to train GM Vampire. GM Vampire is happening today. So we need to go back to Paradise Valley. We need to get 2 more skill points here, which we can get in Paradise Valley. Yes, we have 3 levels stockpiled. That should be enough to get the job done. without any problems. So we're going to basically just pop over here. We're going to head west. We're not going to take damage from a fireball because we've already clicked the button. And it's going to go great. Also, hey, Asher Kitty. So, we need to check which skills we need to pump a bit more. Not that it matters. So the biggest problem is going to be Cassowary, who I think has 10. Cassowary has 9 regen, so they're regening 20 HP per second. And that is bad for us. Oh. You're not here. Okay, we need to figure out where the dragon is. Not the dragon. The vampire. Shit. Was one of those people a vampire? No, right?
How about some training?
Need to find the... Because I feel like I saw the dragon, vampire, like all of those trainers in the same place.
Training?
Were they in Freehaven, actually?
How about some training?
No. Worked in Silver Cove, right? I didn't go to Abdul's. So they're not going to be here. Where the hell?
Ready to train?
Where were they? Were they not in the training thing? Your circle has the expert. Something missed.
Back for another lesson?
Oh, the tavern. Okay. Okay. I was like, what on earth is going on here? I don't see the thing that I thought that I found. Okay. So we're going to Paradise Valley. We are not using you to cast this. We're going to see this with you. We can get GM with Cassowary. Ooh. This is not the tavern. There's a tavern here? Is it right here? It's right here.
Pleased to see you.
Okay. GM Vampire requires 32. GM Dark Elf and GM Dragon. Actually, do I want to do this? We are not going to do it yet. We want to confirm that we
Back
can.
for another lesson?
Because...
Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job.
we need to get... Ooh, that's concerning. It's okay, though. We have horseshoes. To get us to 32. So with 32 skill... This is not... We can do that. And then we can do this. Perfect. So, Cassowary is going to do some extra damage. That's all great and exciting. It doesn't really matter for right now, because the only character that's going to do any damage in this dungeon is Goose. That might not be entirely true, but it's going to be closer to true than you'd think. So, we are going to TP down to New Sorpital. We are going to cast Fly. We have Wing Buffet now, which is a very, very cool spellbook icon. And this is Jadame. We're headed back to Garrett Gorge. Now, the key that we need to do right now is we need to get everybody unconscious. Because we have Mist Form. Mist Form lasts for 5 hours, so we are going to have to recast that periodically. But, in theory, we are... Wait. They changed Mist Form. Mist Form isn't gonna save me. Ugh. Okay. Well, shit. It doesn't matter at all. This is my squishiest character. Okay. Well. That's rough. That's rough, Chief. I'm actually surprised that they bothered, considering... I don't know that I've ever heard of anyone making a caster... a caster vampire. Yeah, that's going to be impactful for me and useful in general, but it doesn't make any difference at all here, I don't think. It's the equivalent of having like 10,000 HP, which is that's just too shottable. We're gonna go ahead and cast Mist Form and just hope that this does something different than what it says it does.
Now. Come on, then.
It does do something different than it says it does. That's not a 75% reduction in damage taken. Does this increase my armor by some obscene amount? No. Why is my avoidance so insane then? Okay. That was actually sufficient to be able to feel like I could potentially make this happen. So, we're not going to be able to completely trivialize this setup. Is the only weapon that I have that accomplishes this effect a spear?
No room. It's useless to me.
Okay, you can't use spears. Or at least you can't use a spear one-handed. Alright, we need to maintain preservation with you instead. And I'm going to just do a quick check here. Ooh, this is going to be rough, actually. Trying to break through the.
Go.
That's weird. All right.
Ready.
Because our goal right now is to break through the. Wait, was the only thing that was dealing damage the poison, actually?
No room.
Why are you so high in HP still? I need you to be unconscious.
Now, see? This is my job now.
Okay, so we're saving this under caster nonsense. We need to jump in here immediately.
I love it.
We are taking damage there from something. What hit us there that didn't hit us last time? Is it the spells? You're back up again.
Now, see?
That's Blades. Blades does physical damage, though. Blades is supposed to do physical damage, though. I killed myself.
Where is the enemy? Never seen one before.
Knock yourself out. Oh, is my spell down? No, my spell's still up. Why was that working and now it's not?
My job.
Okay. Well, shit. There were like 15 misses for some reason on the first attempt. That doesn't make sense though, because we took the poison proc without taking any damage, right? Why did we take the poison proc and not take any damage when we took the poison proc?
Now, see?
It's definitely not working now, though. Okay. Well, with that being the case, we're just going to reload dungeon. I'm not going to try to work my way back in there to save the access to that stuff that I have, so
Go.
I don't know.
This always happens.
Maybe I should, though. The caster nonsense save. Rather, the caster save has a little bit of extra AoE at the start, and it has mist form for my vampire, which could end up being super impactful.
Where is the enemy?
We also, so yeah, we'll see how it goes. But yeah, my anticipation here was a 76k hit.
I'm hurt badly.
We really are able to burn through them very rapidly.
Where is the enemy?
Just not quite rapidly enough to accomplish the objectives we're trying to accomplish. Fuck. We got in clean through the first one,
Where
and
is
actually got to a very I'm surprised that we ran into an enemy there.
Yeah, great plan.
Yeah, great plan.
I need healing.
This Naga Queen is almost dead.
I love the taste of blood.
Look how much damage we're doing!
Go.
It's so funny. That's so funny. Is there a world?
Let's take it.
Investigate.
Never seen one before.
Got it.
So that's 84k total. We missed something completely? Sure. Snaga Warrior's at like full health. That's one that was in a different way. Yeah, the additional
Let's investigate.
fuck. The additional resistance that we have is actually quite. I didn't give you the affix. It doesn't matter that much actually, because we're not
I
going to have
don't know.
the exorbitant number of enemies on us that we were expecting either way. I don't think that's gonna work out for me. I need to have a bit more damage, but not that much more damage to be able to make something like that work. Okay, we got through the first enemy. We immediately... It wasn't even facing that direction when I turned out the line of sight of it.
Let's investigate.
Never seen one before. Now, I need healing.
It's so funny how much damage that does. It's so funny. So, is it possible that Cassowary could just carry me through this by just getting such an exorbitantly large amount of DPS? Cassowary has a really quite poor setup. If I could just make a pair of gauntlets with double might, with like double might and of the gods, then That has what? It's like 150%, I believe. No, it's about 130%. I could, in theory, get very silly with it. We have a lot of accuracy. We have 1200 accuracy and only 600 might. So, yeah, we deal triple damage with our crits. I don't think we have any double might pieces at the moment. How many hourglasses do I have? We have more than one hourglass. Surely we have more than one hourglass.
I have too much.
I'm gonna try to track down where this hourglass is gonna go.
No room.
I would expect it to go to there. Like this, it should be around here. It should be either here or here, and it's not. Okay, this is a bunch of... I think I'm gonna sell these. We have a lot of scrolls. This is the wrong place. Okay, so... Shit.
Only the best goods here. Jump. A pleasure doing.
Okay, so we've checked all the threes. Oh, are my hourglasses actually getting eaten? I think my hourglasses are getting eaten. I'm gonna go back here. I think we have confirmation that the hourglasses are getting eaten. Nope, they're not. They're right here. I have 2 of them. Okay. I don't know how I missed it in my literal first inventory when I knew that it was supposed to be here, but you know, that's fine. Okay. We have 2 hourglasses. We have the ability to... We have the ability to rework an item for you. And I need to figure out which item I would want to do that to. I would want to do it to a gauntlet. Okay. Can you use axes? You can't. I don't want to do the vampire strat if I don't have to. Considering that it doesn't seem like it's gonna be terribly consistent. We're gonna try this. We had a thing that increases... That was a weapon as well, though, I think. It's very funny. I found so many legendary weapons on this run. Like, all of my legendaries are weapons. I found the armor right at the start. I found this sometime mostly recently. But... the bulk of my legendaries were either found at the beginning, because I found this pretty early, I think. Or they're weapons. It's just been weapons for days. Okay, we are going to blow ourselves up here. This is such a pain in the ass. Okay. It's such a pain in the ass to get done. Okay. We're slowly whittling Cassowary down. Except we're not. We just reach out too quickly. Alright, that as a strategy is a huge pain in the ass to even set up. I'm not going to try to set that up again. I don't think it's worth it. I'm just not going to worry about it. Okay, so we're going invis. And what I want right now is to make a legendary gauntlet that has some sort of affix, some sort of legendary effect that I really need. Hey, Doja Cat. Don't need this. Did I find the double? I found the double stats legendary, didn't I? This has 27 to all 7 statistics already. So that's actually a pretty sizable upgrade already. That gives us 3,108 max HP. Which is pretty decent. Two to all stats. We could rework this, but that's going to require using both of my hourglasses. I don't want to use both of them. Successfully recovering restores HP. Right, I'm not looking for gauntlets. What I'm looking for right now is a legendary. This is ostensibly just a big upgrade, but that's because this is legendary. Okay. Actually, is it equipped? It probably is, right? If I have a double stats legendary, it's probably equipped on somebody right now. It's probably on a ring or something. Now, if it was on a ring, I probably... Nope, it is on a ring. It's on a ring that I have luck and speed on? Why did I not put this on... Why did I not put this on here? This would be like a huge... This is a huge DPS boost for you. Done this. This is like a 50% DPS boost? Why did I not do this? Okay. Do I make gauntlets? I think we do. Let's save this under caster save, and let's also save this under caster nonsense. Actually, do we need to save it under caster nonsense? No, I'll leave caster nonsense like it is because we've set up caster nonsense to accomplish a specific objective here. We're going to swap over to here, and do we want to repurpose gauntlets like these? Do we want to repurpose low-level gauntlets? I don't think it matters whether they're low or high-level gauntlets, if we're being honest. I think it makes a very little difference. So, we are going to save this under caster save. Let's get to work. See if it's going to work. It does. That's plus 20 to all 7 statistics. That's way higher than I expected. Where is our thingamabobber? We don't need a scouring pearl. We need one of these. We actually don't have that many of these.
No.
Okay. Oh right, I'm gonna tear this effect off. So we do actually need this. So base enchants on this item are 50% stronger. Plus 20 to all 7 stats. And we're going for double might on this piece. Let's see, where are our thingamabobers? That's the highest we can get there. We're basically just looking to get another might added onto this. That's another might. So we swap to this. And we now have 71 might and 59 might. Equipping this right now would give us a 12% damage increase. We're going to save this under caster save. Now, is that not done yet? Okay, so we're up to 15% boost. Okay. We're finally getting around to making an item. Oh, and I didn't actually explain any of the mechanics of how I did that. So I just repurposed an entire item and didn't make even the basic tutorial aspect that I was planning to do for it because I'm very smart. Okay, you know, buddy. Be better. Be better. Okay. So for now, we can just dump these into here. Wasn't meant to be. Well, I can still do it. I just need to get off my ass. That is a 42% power boost! Okay, that's a required level of 75, which is not that high. We have the ability to keep pumping. Do Ascension Emeralds do anything for non-weapons? Let's find out. We have 131, 131, and 20. It gives me some extra armor, which we get a fairly massive boost to. This is probably going to be the most valuable item to invest in, weirdly enough, because even though it has very low values for everything, this is the character that benefits from any of these effects at all. Like, I don't need a weapon to be boosted. So this is Legendary Ultimate Gauntlets of the Gods now. Okay, this is now maxed out on that side of things. Where are the... There were a bunch of control cubes visible. They're there. So this gives +2 to the all 7 stats component per click. Again, we don't need the base. Well, debatable. We don't need that much of the base stuff for most of our characters. You are level 145. I think that it's worth it to invest this up to roughly that value. We're getting pretty sizable boost to all of our stats if we do this. So let's make it happen. We're at 108, 119. You're 145, 126, 130. 137. We're going to save this. And we get this to 142. Okay. So, I think what I'm going to do here... So this gives us a massive damage boost. It also gives us a marginal HP boost. So hopefully this will allow us to get through this thing. However, before I do anything else, I am going to reload back to Caster Nonsense, which is before we did that stuff. And also before I did any of the inventory management stuff. You know what? We're reload. I'm not going to worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. Okay, I'm going to give a little bit of an explanation of all the things that I just did. Okay? Just like a very quick and dirty explanation of the dynamics of how you make this happen. Because I just did it without explaining anything that I was doing. So, enchantments have 3 enchantment slots. Two of those enchantment slots are associated with this item, the Hourglass of Creation, and one of those enchantment slots is associated with the Eye. So the special enchantments have things like of the Gods, of Doom, the of rogues, of the warriors, all those kinds of affixes. For our purposes, when dealing with armor, you probably only care about either of Doom, if you care about your durability and want those little bits of AC that you're going to get, or more likely, of the Gods, which gives you more stats overall. The amount of stats per level that you're going to get is higher with that. So, the basic way to craft like a legendary like this is you want to get something like the base enchants on this item are 50% stronger effect. That's an effect that you want to get onto something that's going to have a very huge amount of value in one item, where the base stats on that item are already very high. Unusual to do that for gauntlets, because gauntlets are not that high value, but they are the highest value item that a dragon can equip. Dragons only get access to these slots, and the modifier on the amulet is a 1, right? So it's like, if you look at these items, the max power for amulet doesn't have a special case for it. Rings have less power than is listed on the sapphire itself. I just realized that I have a bunch of sunstones as well, so I will I have all sorts of items. We're gonna be pumping this even higher than we already did. We're gonna check this. I'm not uploading this as a separate video. This is just an explainer for what I just did. So the first step for making an item of this type is getting all of the affixes to be what you want. It's really helpful to use a low-level item for that. We used an item that had 6 might and nothing else. Because what you can do is there is randomness to crafting items, but the randomness is built into the item. The number of steps it takes to move the item to where you're looking to get it to is like basically preset. If you use if you look at an item that isn't maxed out, which I should have some equipped, even though I shouldn't have any equipped, but I do. Let's see here. If you look at this item and you hold Alt on it, you can see that it has these 2 affixes on it, which means that if we were to use an hourglass, we'd get body resistance, and if we were to use the eye, we'd get of doom. Of doom is a pretty good effect, so this would be a thing that I would potentially do. Really depends on the circumstances. For this run, no, because we don't care about durability for this run. That's not our deal. So, and of doom is just better for durability. It has no offensive advantage over of the gods. Is it actually better for durability? It's a little bit better for durability. It gives you less endurance, it gives you less speed, and it gives you less luck. But those are stats that you're probably going to be stacking in abundance anyway. So, getting the increase to the AC and the resistances, I think, is potentially a little bit more valuable than the increased base stats from a purely defensive perspective. Anyway, I don't know. I haven't done the math on it, but that's why I tend to do that. So when you're building the item, what you're looking to do, let's find something. I guess it doesn't matter because we can just save and we can just save the game and just do this. But basically, if we go over to this item here, see how this has body and doom? If we do this to it, it's now spell points and of the troll. And so what we can basically do is anytime we're looking to make a new item, we either take an existing item, like an existing legendary, and we purge all of the affixes off of it except one. Because if you purge all of them, I think that it breaks the item. In the sense that it makes it so that the item isn't enchantable anymore. I could be wrong on that, but I believe that might be the case. Well, actually, no, it doesn't. It wouldn't necessarily break it, but you can't change the item as easily. So every time you use one of these, you can move the item. You can also use Ascension Emeralds, which alter the item into a different item, which changes the baseline values for everything. So if you are pumping an item and you pump it from like 6 might all the way to like 70 might and you still haven't gotten the stat that you're looking to get on it, you can basically reload back to the start of the chain, use an Ascension Emerald, and re-go through it, right? I think it's Ascension Emeralds. It might be crafting cubes. But yeah, using a mixture of Ascension Emeralds, crafting cubes, and crafting gems, you basically can manipulate it into the position where you can get exactly the affix on it that you want. You slap all those affixes on it as soon as you can. Of the Gods or of Doom is more rare than whatever your main stat is going to be, so you should probably focus on getting that if you have the choice. Sometimes you'll get both of them at the same time. Adding on one of those affixes, I believe, changes the random number for the other one as well. Like, it moves it along. It moves the seed along. So because of that, you can't get them both off of that same seed. You have to re-roll both. You have to roll both of them on separate rolls. So anyway, that's the basic gist of that. And I believe the sunstones are what we're looking to do now. So let's finish capping out this item, which is going to be... I can't finish capping out this item because I'm a dope. Okay. How many of these can I do? I can do 1. I can do 2. I can do 2 safely. Maybe I shouldn't have put all of those crafting cubes into this item, huh? Alright. Can I do another one? We're gonna do it. Okay. Level requirement 145. We get 75% boosted power over what we had before. My hope here is that what this translates to is
Let's
that is a dead Naga Queen. We killed a Naga Queen in 1 round of combat. It is... Oh, it's all... Yes, like the character. Look, I'm very smart and know all the things that are happening.
I don't know.
Oh boy. Okay. So I don't know if we're going to be able to make this entry work with this setup, but we'll see.
let's go.
Who's next?
Unfortunately, negative 4,300. Unfortunately, because they are spread out here in an unfortunate way, we're not going to be able to... Though it would be very funny if we could just kill our way through this initial pack completely. Is there a way I can make that happen? That was a fireball. It's so funny. What did we kill? We killed one of the Nagas in the back. Yeah. There's the death. Okay. Right, we need to swap you to Inferno.
Ready.
Need to do caster save.
I love the taste of blood.
How many is that? It's real close. So I think that basically if I get a crit on the initial blast, that is a 272k crit that nearly wiped out this entire fucking group. It also killed... It dealt so much damage. We're close. I think actually if we get a double crit with our dragon, that might be sufficient to get the kills.
Let's go in. It won't be any less.
Oh, this is too good. Oh, it's beautiful to see. It's legitimately very funny. We just wiped out the entire pack with one shot.
The enemy.
Okay.
Done it.
So we killed some of these. Life is good. Let's see.
Let's go.
This is a trio of the weakest Nagas. I don't think they even have the blade spell, actually. So if I can shoot one of the serpents in like the middle of the room, like right here. Unfortunately, I didn't hit the target I was looking to hit.
My job now.
I hit a different target. If I'd hit the target that I was looking to hit there, I think that might have killed all of
Where is the enemy?
the random serpent men. This might actually work just from that. This might just be a matter of needing to wait for one to get into the middle here and successfully take a pot shot at it, where it basically hits every single enemy. But no, it doesn't look like it, because these Serpentman warriors do have a decent amount of HP. So, I don't think that that's going to work. Maybe, maybe not. Since we have two Naga Queens here, I'm just going to try to rotate past. Try to just rotate past. We're going to fail to rotate past. If our dragon was still up, we would actually have an okay shot at doing this. Okay, we might be able to just use that corridor, honestly. It depends on whether we can get into that corridor without aggroing, like, a shit ton of enemies. Is somebody gonna go into a position?
It won't be.
Okay, look at the damage, though. Okay. So you're at negative 4,000 from that hit. Man, it's so beautiful. Okay, once we get through this encounter, this is a very difficult.
I love it.
This is a very difficult area. We should be able, from there, to start really plowing through stuff for a while, because Cassowary is going to really start carrying a lot here. This is just like a
I bet it's going to be bad.
damn near insurmountable barrier, because of the fact that there's no place in the dungeon where you can fight safely.
Take it.
Like it's just such a incredibly dangerous dungeon. I am curious how I did it the previous time. Shit.
Ray.
Everybody melts. Oh my goodness. Cassowary. Because Cassowary has enough mana now. Now that they've promoted, they can cast that multiple times. It's not just like a one and done spell. Ooh, this is... That's a very good opening, actually. It takes a long time for them to reach, so...
See? I bet it's going to be bad.
Puller. We're not going to be able to clear this pack. Yeah, we did no damage to the puller. None whatsoever. The bosses are still going to take a while to kill, because we've increased our burst damage by a huge amount, but
Easy slay.
that is still just burst damage at the start. It's so good. If we got a weak enough pack here, we could probably just kill them off of the back of like one good shot at the very start. Like if it was enough low tiers, one good solid crit at the start. Because we can hit like the entire pack in one shot with that Fire Blast. So we could basically get that initial crit, and then
I love the taste of
before things go to shit, get the thinger. And if we can save with that done, if we can actually clear the entryway here, there's no route through there. If we could clear through this entryway, it would be really funny. happened there? I feel like we shot in a weird random direction instead of at the target I was trying to shoot at. Did I swap back to 1 accidentally? I thought I was on the right target. This is almost certainly not going to be a success. It's so much damage though. It's so much damage. Oh, you know what we need? We could have Soul Drinker right now, and we don't have it.
Where is the enemy?
If we had Soul Drinker, that would actually help us a decent bit, because the Dragon Breath is doing a lot of self-damage right now. This is a Swapper that's going to kill us. We had a really good number of attacks we were able to get off there, so...
Let's investigate.
Not gonna happen. We're looking to basically get either a small group like this and sneak past it, which we succeeded in there. You're gonna kill me? And it's interesting actually, because if we can get through here, I've gotten some pretty piss poor luck actually getting an enemy just walking into me.
Going to be bad.
Ooh, this is such a weak pack. I'm really tempted to just try it. I don't even know that these can use blades.
Now
I don't think the tier 1 Nagas can use blades. I think that I fucked up the thing around that, but that's okay. Okay. Through the first row.
let's take it.
We can click that from pre. God damn it. Like rotated so far into me.
Let's go in.
But yeah, we now need.
I love the taste of blood.
Oh, that's. You know, I thought that was just 3 queens. Turned out to be more than that.
I bet it's going to be bad.
No. I bet you're right. We don't need to kill that many enemies. Like, that was 6% in, like, 1 cast.
Where is the enemy?
1 round of combat. Wow, okay, those didn't move at all.
Hooray.
Okay, we're looking to just sneak past on one of these 2 sides. Straight to the Okay. We're through the first pack, and we don't need. Okay, I think we're golden to save this under danger, because we don't need this danger save. Hey, Malekith. I see you changed the way that the vampire works. The mist form. I had a whole thing that I was gonna do. I had a whole thing I was gonna do. It was very rude. Alright, so... there's a boss here,
Take it.
which means that I'm probably fucked. Oh, well, it doesn't give immunity to physical damage anymore. It gives 75% resistance to physical damage. So, see, the thing is that every enemy in this dungeon does exclusively physical damage. And so I had a very cheesy thing that I was going to do, and I can't do it now. And that was very rude of you. Okay. It's also I also don't know what it's actually supposed to do right now. Because sometimes it prevents me from taking any damage on a hit, and sometimes it doesn't seem to do anything. But 75% damage reduction would still result in instant death. So sometimes it seems to be like literally preventing the enemy from hurting me. Like I took a pot shot earlier that did nothing. Blades is earth damage versus player. Why is Blades earth damage versus player? Why is that? That's very rude. Why would someone do something like that? Look at how quickly this boss is dying. We just need to get like 2 rounds of damage. Okay. We just need like a little bit of space.
Let's take it.
Sure.
Go.
They just get hit for so hard. Okay. What can I do about this? Unfortunately, because there's a boss in this room, there's no way that I'm going to be able to set up what I'd like to set up there. I don't think it's possible to click on this without taking damage without telekinesis, but the telekinesis is going to break my invis, I believe. And it does basically no damage to them.
Take it.
Wait, they all died. We got the crit. This entire pack just dead. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. We cleared 15% of the dungeon in 1 round of combat. And yet we still can't beat the dungeon. This is so silly. Everything about this is so dumb. Oh man, why did I build this party? Ugh, why do I do things like this? Okay. Shit. Because it's amazing, that's why. Okay, we're gonna just do this. And we're gonna get killed by a blade spell. Look how much damage we did. We're at 18%. The funny thing is that if I think the easiest way to open this dungeon might actually be to just fish for a crit that kills the entire initial pack. Like that might actually be the way to make this happen.
I bet it's going to be bad.
Because
Let's take. I think we can take it.
Fruit Lord. I guess, I mean, CC spells, generally speaking, don't...
Pray.
Like, crowd control would be good for mitigating damage, but generally speaking, it doesn't, like, work with enough consistency. If any enemy gets through the crowd control, right? If like, a single enemy gets a hit off, I die instantly. So, like, it would mitigate damage, but it wouldn't mitigate enough, I don't think. Especially not compared to just killing. And Mass Fear does not hit every target. Like, there's no shot that I'm going to successfully hit every target with
I
Mass Fear.
bet it's going to be bad.
Right? Like, there's going to be at least 5 that resist the spell. So,
Great plan.
and there's no difference between having like 5 and 10 enemies on me because they either die to the AoE, right, or they don't. So that would be good if I could get like a round where there's nothing hitting me using it, but I can't get a round where nothing's hitting me at all with it. Because it doesn't
I love the taste of blood.
it doesn't do that. Because they just resist it. I presume. This character does not do a meaningful amount of damage for this. Let's see here. 75% of my damage from the initial burst is coming out of Cassowary. By the way, I built my first item, so we now have like an actual damage item built. This doubled my might. It actually more than doubled my might. It almost tripled my might. It wouldn't matter. The stacks for the Elementalist do like marginal damage increases, but it wouldn't make a meaningful difference. Yeah, we're now going into sicko mode for the dragon. One thing that we could do if we wanted is that we are getting to the point where we are going full sicko mode. We just pumped our might to 1400, but we did reduce our accuracy. Our accuracy was like 1200 before, and now it's down to 984. A thing that I could do is I could actually finish... I could pump this item some more. I just realized that I'm missing a ring slot. I don't have a ring equipped. Okay, we're full... Look, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I did some changing of the inventory slots for some of these things. Because one of the rings... The ring that had the boosted thinger... The 50% legendary, that ring was on this character. So where the hell did I put my rings? Here. So this gives luck and speed. How much of a DPS increase would this be? This gives me 77%. 62%. So this halves the chance of failing to crit, which is very useful for me in this context. So we put that back on, except that wasn't even on you. That was on this character, but we can ignore that for now. This is the ring that we had equipped. This has 11, 11, and 13. This has personality on it. Yeah, I think... Yeah... We did just invest a huge number of gems into the other items, so we don't have as many left as we used to. So, yeah. Okay, that's up to 22. The issue is that rings just are not cheap to invest in. Okay, this gives plus 70. Okay, that's 291%. It would be nice to have a luck accuracy ring. This has 27 to all stats, which is going to make it harder to replace. We only have the one hourglass. So do I have a necklace that is so garbage? Didn't I just have a necklace here that yes, but I can't equip it. It's too high level. I've got to have a better necklace than this. Yeah, I usually do that eventually. Oh, this might actually be worth reworking. It's going to be kind of hard to rework this, though. But if I could get of the gods on this would actually be a really solid ring. I only have one of those items left. We're not going to waste it on this. Now that I think about it. Yeah, I'm gonna look at my necklaces. I've got to have a better necklace. There's gotta be a better necklace. Is there not a better necklace? There's a way better necklace, right? Look at that, plus 20%. That's what we need. That's what we're looking for right there. That's it. Oh, yeah. 13,000 ranged power. Let's go. Okay. We have a 322% crit damage bonus. We need some more luck right now. Can we get some boosted luck? We could replace this with luck. It would be hard to replace this one with luck, potentially. Oh, this is a might and accuracy ring. It might might be worthwhile. I think this is probably the thing that's most worth replacing, but giving that 27 luck is going to be hard to replace. We already have a shit ton of might, so I don't think that that's the highest value stat for right now. Personality. Oh, wait.
Okay.
We can add an additional AoE into this. Let's take a look at how much damage we do now. I'm just going to wait for one of these to go there.
This is my job.
I don't know. That's a good question, but I don't think so. I don't think I have a double luck ring on anybody. I've had a very strange game for itemization here, if we're being honest. I've gotten so many legendary weapons and no other legendaries since the very beginning of the game. At the very beginning of the game, we picked up 2 pieces of legendary leather that were super clutch. And I don't think we found a legendary gauntlet. We just made a legendary gauntlet. We haven't found one. We found like maybe 2 rings, I think. 2 legendary rings. We have not found a legendary necklace. We found, I think, 1 legendary belt. No, we found 2 legendary belts. So we found 2 legendary belts. But like we have, I think, over a dozen legendary weapons sitting in our inventory. And it's very funny.
I bet it's going to be bad.
So it's been kind of like an awkward run from that perspective. Oh, you're adamantine. We're not killing you quickly. That's not a thing that's going to happen. So it's been kind of an awkward run for itemization purposes. Okay, if we could get one of you to walk in the middle, please. I would love that for you and for me. Okay. Please. Proof of concept. Look at that. We got very close there. Unfortunately, we have negative 5,000. And then we can like wipe these out in 1 round of combat. Oh, you got poisoned, so that's why you're so low. But yeah, this start is probably the most feasible way to do it, unfortunately. I would prefer to do something that requires less, like, RNG. Why did that shoot to the right? I was hovering very quickly over this thing's body. Okay. At least I thought I was.
I bet it's going to be bad.
Okay.
This is my job. I've never seen.
Was that 104 or did that say 104k? That couldn't have said 104k, right?
I love the taste of blood.
Unfortunately, if the dragon goes down, it's GG. Is there anything I can do about you? I mean, hypothetically, I could boost the stats on that item by quite a bit, but I'm not going to worry about it right now.
It's going to be bad.
Okay. I need to wait for the one in front of me to move.
It won't be.
Okay. Unfortunately, there's one on me,
Now, got that one.
and it got the hit. Life is sad. Life is sad.
Yeah,
We were close, though.
great plan.
It's a match for me.
Who won that?
Okay. Servant Warrior's dead. I don't think this can blades from there. I think that only the mid-tier and higher can blades. Okay, we need to cast a heal. And since we got into the opening here, we can actually save. We're saving. We're saving this under danger. We have broken through the opening section. So our goal now is just to pull to here. This is silly. I should have just used a normal attack. Why did I waste my mana? Okay, so we've now got this opening in the bag. A single crit from Cassowary is sufficient to just barely not kill one of the queens. So at that point,
Ready to use.
okay, unfortunately we are going to have to get better positioning for some of this stuff.
Ready to
Activate Rock Blast. How did I do this on the first try this time? It's about 40k. I think I hit for that one for 39,000.
Never seen one before.
So, yeah, it had less than 1,000 HP left.
Got it.
On a crit. Okay, we are dead because we pulled too many. Oh, actually, we are dead because we were not fire blasting for some unknown reason. I don't know why we weren't fire blasting. Okay. That dragon thing strikes again. Okay, I need to stand to the left side. I can't stand in the front if I'm going to do that. I do think that it makes probably more sense to just... That is a 65k crit. I don't know how many targets we hit. I should have just attacked that. So that's a 25k crit. Okay. And... the thing is that if I pull with Cassowary, I can do 2 hits, which is very likely to be lethal. Right? Like, if I take 2 shots with Cassowary, there's a very high probability of lethal before they get a turn. So, we're just gonna wait on this. Did that hit the wall in front of me? That's rude. They're shooting through that door. Okay, that's a Naga Queen that I just killed. Okay. Just one-shot that. That Naga Queen just died instantly. Okay.
Who wants some?
Okay, that one's toast. Hey, Hawkheart. Everything's going great. First try. That's what they call me, first try Tolle. Things are actually going pretty solid now. We've broken into the dungeon, and since we've broken into the dungeon, we just need to clear this one room, and then we'll be able to go out and save whenever we want. We could use some food to get a second save here, if we want, which might be a good idea if these are going to be a pain in the ass about it. Okay. She dead. I was planning on doing some shenanigans with my vampire in order to clear this, and then it didn't end up working out that way because the effect of mist form has been changed. It doesn't do quite the same thing anymore. And since it doesn't do quite the same thing anymore, oh, that's concerning. Did we kill every enemy in that pack? Cassowary. Cassowary just making it happen. Okay, we're gonna shoot this rock blast right at ourselves because we're cool like that. Okay, it doesn't look like there's anything that I need to worry about there. I do, however, need to be concerned about them shooting blades through these walls. So, I'm a little bit concerned that when I try to run past them, I am going to get killed. So, maybe I don't run past them because they're going to shoot me. What do we think about that? Because one thing that I can do is cast telekinesis, which I don't know what creature this is. Opening this gate might be a bad idea. Let's see if we can get to 65 off of these. And, okay, we cannot shoot through that wall. We're going to telekinesis this. The reason we're using telekinesis, by the way, is because I'm pretty sure a blade spell hit this from this target, which means these can shoot through. Naga Queen, more like Naga dead. Well, they're not, actually, those aren't Naga Queens. So the ones down here are Naga Empresses, which have like 10 times the max HP of the Naga Queens. So that's the reason that I'm hesitant to open that door, because I'm doing about the damage that will kill a Naga Queen in one hit if I crit. And so those Naga Empresses are a problem. But this might not be that. We don't know what aggroed here. It's possible that it's actually a snake from here. It could also be something from back here. Whatever it is, it's something that shouldn't be aggroed right now and is. So I don't want to open that door because I don't know what, which thing started out aggroed. Though it's also possible that I'm talking out of my ass and you saw it turn red, and so you know exactly which enemy it is. But I didn't see where it came from. So okay. Did not die instantly, which is very unfortunate for me. Okay. So I don't know what's in this room, but I do know that it's at least a mid-tier, because I don't think the bottom tier can cast Thinger. There's more than one queen in this room. Okay. There was more than one queen in the room, and I killed one of them instantly, question mark? No, this one is still in play. And she's dead. 51%. We're almost to 65. Almost to 65. Just clearing out this room. We do have a enemy set in the back here. I'm gonna hit this switch. Too easy. Exactly my thoughts. Malekith, why you make the game so easy? I thought this was supposed to be a difficulty mod. This is very much famous last words. Okay, so the issue is that if I open this door, those two are probably going to rotate to me. And if those two rotate to me, they will almost certainly kill me because I don't know what they are. Oh. Okay. Yeah. Okay, this is a queen, and I'm gonna die to it. I didn't die to it. We're fine for now. Okay, it wasn't the Empress, so that's good. It's from the very far back room. Let's see. We have the wrong spell active.
Ready.
We're looking to basically not die, but we don't know if that's going to be feasible. That is a snake. That's what we're looking for. Okay. Snake's dead. So, every enemy that we have aggroed so far... Yeah, that's what I was... Did I mention that? I was, as soon as the Titans were mentioned, I was like, yeah, the stationary Titans in Varn were so good. Like, what a great idea. Okay, that is a lot of enemies. Monsters are weakened, can no longer resurrect. Then we're just leaving. We're just walking out the door.
You see?
Let's go. We got there. Okay. We're saving under dungeon. We don't need the dungeon save. Oh, man. You know, it turns out... Look, you don't need durability. All you need is damage. I'm always saying this. This is very on brand for me.
Ready to use.
Let's see. You can swap to light bolt. That's not too...
Ready.
So this is just a shadow. It doesn't have boosted durability beyond its default. But the Superman warriors have like way more HP by default. So having a boss of one of these is gonna be pretty rough. We have a limited amount of kite space here. Ooh, are we gonna be in trouble here? Yes. We got the RNG we needed, and we still died. And that's really sad for us. Oh yes, I didn't swap the thing on. That is a good point. We'll swap to this as our opening thing. We will hit our... and yeah, we don't even need to do the thing because we can just cast that manually. What else do we need? Do we Toxic Cloud instead of Dragon Breath, maybe? No, Dragon Breath does more burst DPS. We have a full... We don't have very much mana. We don't have a full mana bar to play with. We're switching to Toxic Cloud. Actually, no, we're swapping to Shrapnel.
Okay.
No, we're doing
Okay.
Let's see. Next, anything? Yes, you need to cast Light Bolt instead. This is definitely the way to approach this, is getting ourselves all of our spell stuff set up. Okay. Okay, it's lower than it would like, but higher than I would like. Can I block line of sight with... I think I can. Oh, shit! You were in a different spot than I thought you were. That's fine for you. That's fine. Everything's fine. I put myself in a bad position. What? We got there! Get a little bit confused on the door, scrub. Okay, we got there. Let's do it. We are out of here. Second try. First try, I think, is what you mean. Clearly, we're still on our first try, right? We can ignore all of the non-tries that didn't happen. Okay, we're going to swap back to Rock Blast. I'm actually going to do something really crazy here just because I think it'll be funny.
Okay. Ready.
And immediately shoot the wall, which makes me sad. Okay, let's go safe. Whew, baby. Okay. I don't think the Empresses can be bosses. I think those are a static spawn, so I don't think we have to worry about getting an order of magnitude extra HP on the things that already have an order of magnitude extra HP. So the hope here is that we can just shoot a projectile. Shit. We've aggroed a bunch of enemies here. And we don't have a corner to play with. Where's the Empress? Where's it? There she is. Okay. I can't see her HP bar, unfortunately, because somebody is a little bit dead. But yeah, I'm now remembering that I need to actually be able to get around a corner because of the blade spells. First try. First try Tolle, that's what they call me. Okay. So we are not going to have a Naga Empress in this pack. Shit, I didn't notice the spell was casting until too late. I was in the right position, I could have easily dodged it. But... And you know what? We're going to recast Mistform, even though it apparently doesn't work on blades because Malekith is mean. That's why, specifically. Malekith is rude and mean. We got the crit. 95% clearance.
I knew that.
Yeah, Malamine more like. Astro Kitty, I'm not sure if you're calling me a bully or Malekith. It's bullying to make blades earth damage. Both work. Okay, do you have blades? Yeah, you do. Okay, so how much HP do you have? You have 314 max HP. I wish. 314,000 max HP. I think we're going to be fighting single target here, so we can swap to our own blades. We can swap to Toxic. We can swap to Light Bolt.
Okay.
And we can try to lock... Do I have Paralyze now? I don't think I do, right? No. I was looking at the Paralyze spell because I was looking at the toolkit that Light has, but I don't have it. That was just something I was doing was talk. That... It's fine. That's the worst that can happen. I don't have space to eradicate it through the... See, this is bullying. This is bullying right here. You're supposed to be immune. Actually, not even just immune. They were only at negative 7k, so they actually would have survived that even with 75% damage reduction. 75% damage reduction would have been enough for that. So, it's at least a proof of concept that they can actually survive hits now, which is pretty cool. Fuck. I don't actually know how I'm going to kill these last few enemies. You know what I'm going to do? Actually, wait. We have an answer for these last few enemies. We actually have an answer here. There's only a few of them. So if we can get over to this place, we've actually cleared this pack out completely. We should be able to use this to kill a couple of enemies. We just need to lock it in to the right spot, right? There we go. There we go. Perfect. Look at us. Okay.
Ready.
We are going to turn off damage rotation,
Never seen one before.
and we will unfortunately be here a while. Okay. What can you cast that will actually hit? Nothing, right? I'm just going to disable this. You are going to disable this. You cannot hit. Actually, you can. You can do Prismatic Light on you. And you can't hit. So, this is going to work just comfortably. We just hang out here. We put it on double speed. And then we clear through these two. We walk back to the entrance. We save the game, and then we do it again for the other two. Very easy, no problem. This is a pull that we have solved already. The other enemies are what is cast rating? 2k. A lot of damage considering we don't have anything invested in the claws. But you know, it does help to have 1500 might. Yeah, it's a lot of might. Okay, so we have almost cleared the entire dungeon. We just have 2 enemies left, I believe. So we can just save it up, walk over here, and forget about the fact that we didn't have Invis cast, which is unfortunate. Because we'd like to have it cast when we are pulling here. Can we Rock Blast to resolve this problem for ourselves? How have you gone this far around and didn't tag anybody? Okay, Cassowary just shoots for 34k. Okay, we're just gonna stand right here. We're in the wrong spot. We're gonna go over here. Okay. Nope. I need you to get locked in. That does have range on me, question mark? I'm very concerned about this. I don't think you can hit me from there. You can definitely hit me from there. We have gotten so fucking lucky here. This is very funny. Yeah, Cassowary's hitting for like 5k. That's a lot of damage. For just like pure brute force physical with no physical investment? Nope. These don't actually have line of sight on me. They think they do, but they don't. I was thinking that this would happen with one of the other, actually several of the other pulls that we tried on this attempt, but I was a little concerned about it. I'm not entirely sure why this happens. It's like a very specific thing that happens in only like certain locations. Yeah, I definitely know what you mean. You meant there, Valgith, yes. The two targets getting hit that both have invulnerability was pretty clutch. Though their physical attacks also probably won't kill Goose. So there's actually 3 out of 5 who were viable targets, and then 2 out of 5 who were viable targets for the second hit. So not as crazy as you'd think. Okay, we got there. Mission successful. And this was a big issue of a dungeon. So it's really nice to have it cleared. Because I was not sure we were going to be able to clear this. When we found out that... Ooh, that looks like a artifact or something. When we found out that we weren't going to be able to just abuse the hell out of that thing that is going on with Goose, Mistform, I was like, oh, we might be completely boned, actually. But it turned out fine, actually. Turned out fine. Can you complete this quest on Maw without... Oh, that's a treasure map. I don't know if you can complete that quest on Maw without, Thinger. You probably can, you just need to get durable enough. Yeah, traps are doing so much damage because I'm playing on the casters and have no durability. Yeah, that checks it. Yeah, I get it, I get you. I missed the gem thing. There does seem to be a thing over here. Yep, it's sitting in there. We also didn't grab the chest. Good eye, by the way. That was like stuck inside the floor.
No room. No room.
Okay, we have another artifact. I think this is Shariel, right?
No room.
It's not actually fine. It's lying to me about its location. Actually, that's one bug. Is the inventory bug that makes it so that it treats it like you are on a different inventory than you are. See, like it said 5, but we weren't actually on inventory 5. It's not a major bug, right? Because you can just click on 5 and it'll go to 5 anyway. But there's a graphical issue where if you go from one character to the other, it doesn't necessarily do that. Mission successful. Let's get the drum of victory to the people that don't have any soldiers left. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. We are unfortunately not going to be able to get 100% on this map because I'm a dope. And I forgot that if I aggroed those, we would not be able to finish the map. More fool me. How are we doing on EXP? We still have a shit ton of EXP to get, so that's great. I think it's here? No. Master Body Magic is here. Something way cooler is here. Oh, shit. Probably shouldn't have done that, but that's okay, I guess. No problem, buddy. No problem. I'm very deeply invested in your successes. Okay. We're saving under caster save. You are terrifying. And anything else that we want to do?
Jump.
Firebolt here. We already know it.
Jump.
We have Pain Reflection here.
Jump.
We've actually gotten a lot of spells. At some point, it would be fun to do like a no shops run. I think that would be kind of fun to do at some point.
It's probably okay.
But it would be something to do on not Maw. But if I'm not on Maw, I'm not going to get this many books. I can't do it on not Maw. But if I try to do it on Maw, maybe like an altered melee run,
We don't need it.
where I'm not as buff
We don't
dependent.
need it.
This is an Axe of Ascension. Okay, we need to swap you back to your dagger. I just realized that we didn't have our dagger
might
equipped
be
that whole
good.
time. Volcano.
We don't need it.
Anything super shiny coming?
We don't need it.
Doesn't look like it. Alright, so we didn't get anything super impressive out of that. But you know what we did get? We got access to the next zone. So, we need to figure out where we're going. Is Master Regeneration in Murmur Woods? Not regen. That's not what I'm looking for. The Master Light Magic. It's gotta be, right? It can't be just expert. That would be crazy if it was just expert. Okay, I'm being told yes. I'm being told that it is. That would get us a big upgrade, because that would allow us to cast all of our important buffs using Jungle Fowl. And we could even do some really shady bullshit if we did that. That could be fun to play with. We have the brand spanking new legendary, and we haven't had anything that we could do with it yet. So I don't have 100% because I aggroed but didn't kill the dragons, the dragon pets. So I basically was too lazy to lure away every guard, all of the soldiers away from the pets so that they didn't have the communal aggro. Oh, charm. We could try that. GM body. It might work. I don't know how long charm lasts. I don't know if it lasts long enough that I could get all three of them, but there's only three of them, so it's reasonable if that happens. I'll get those when I go back. Calories. This is Master Light Magic. I don't have 20 skill, or I don't have enough money. I probably just don't have enough money. Yeah, I have a bajillion skill. Okay, I don't have the money to get Master Light Magic because I accidentally got something else instead. I accidentally got Master Body Magic instead. That's fine. Master Identify Monster. And we have GM available. I don't have that much in my inventory anyway. Though I guess I don't need that much more mana. Or I don't need that much more money, so it would be fairly quick and dirty. Okay, can I fly here? I feel like in theory I should be able to. So we can get GM Mind here, which is interesting. We can get GM Spirit here. Nobody can learn it, though. So I guess we can't get GM Spirit here. We have Master Regen here. Dried Sunfish. We have Master Alchemy. We can become a Master This is actually a big deal. Murmur Woods is a clutch location for us. Because we also have GM Alchemy available. We just need to get this up to 10. Let's get this to 10 now. And we can start investing in the Black Potions eventually. So we have the Guild of Light here. Let's see. So the issue for me, Hawkheart, is not that it's nothing mechanically wrong with the map. The issue is that I'm not going to kill the enslaved children of the people that I sided with, and they are currently hostile. Right? So the knights kidnap and enslave dragons, right? So there's 3 dragons on the map that are on the knights' side. And they default to friendly. So, but if you aggro the knights, they also aggro with the knights. So, because I was lazy and didn't drag the knights away, they're currently aggroed, which means that I can't finish the map without either getting them friendly again, which Malekith had a good suggestion with Charm, or Potion of Pure Personality, cool. Oh, GM Repair, which we can't learn. This is a really cool location with a lot of good stuff in it, turns out. Turns out Murmur Woods is pretty clutch. Let's see. Can we fly here? Probably not, right? They wouldn't be kind enough to allow me to fly in the place that has Will-O-Wisps, right? Seems unlikely. Let's see. Oh, right, artifacts. Let's see. I don't know that I have any that really would matter, because I just don't have, I don't need the weapons. I already have things like Seven Leagues Boots equipped. I'm trying to think if there's any. There's there's the Yoruba, which, if I cared about durability, Yoruba has more armor than this does now. So if I cared about durability, Yoruba would be a decent value. It would still struggle to keep up with this, which is a legendary. Oh, right. So we got the Freehaven sewer map. Bosses have 45% increased HP and damage, and monsters have 60% increased movement speed. Level 329 map. I don't think we're quite ready for that yet. Though I will point out that we're now hitting for amounts of damage using Cassowary that are comparable to how hard we were hitting using the percent-based damage before. So we actually are getting to the point where we could whittle down the enemies there without it being completely insane.
Ready.
And we didn't die to that hit, which is a little surprising. These Elder Basilisks only have 34k HP. Yes, their ranged attack is fairly weak. Oh right, I didn't swap you to 154,000 damage. And wait, do you have your? You do not. Okay. And I'm realizing that I could probably. Did I cast Fly and then have it where Optimum or something? I don't actually know. Doesn't matter. Popping over here, we're gonna cast a Meteor Swarm because it's fun. And then we are going to immediately get wrecked by the ranged attacks coming out. Or by the reflection, actually. That's probably what killed me. Now that I think about it, the two characters who are down are the two characters with the highest amounts of damage. Okay, later, Malekith. Woo! Okay, how hard do you hit yourself for on this reflector? Okay, the reflector is no longer in range to aggro. So... shit. Okay, we're still alive. And on the world map here, I think I'd rather just loot everything, since it's gonna take a while. If I don't... Are you AoEing? You don't have a spell at all. We're making our lives a lot harder for no reason. So that's a pretty decent hit. Revived just in time to get tagged. Also, missed form. Okay. I just killed myself. Well then. Why did I kill myself, actually? Why are you hitting... That's actually weird. Because you would think that the lifesteal would be counteracting the bulk of the damage that I'm doing. Right? Malekith left at the exact wrong moment. Because I now have a curiosity there about how much damage that character is taking. Right? Like, that seems untoward, right? They shouldn't be taking that much damage from a reflector. Because they should be life-stealing a portion back. And they're not one of my... I guess they are one of my higher damage characters. How hard are you hitting, friend? I should find out. Let's just hit this once. 3k is not that much. Wait, did I just die to the Dragon Breath? Wait. No, it was probably just a delayed effect. This is very interesting. I don't know what's going on here. Because I feel like our vampires should be more tanky, not less, against this kind of stuff. But it could just be that they're taking, you know... No, they're definitely taking hits multiple times, right? No, they're not. Oh, they're maintaining the preservation. So if they get knocked slightly unconscious, they die. That's the issue. That checks out. Okay. We need to swap our preservation over to jungle fowl. Speaking of jungle fowl, wait a second. Also, what time of day is it? 7 a.m. Okay. I just realized that we didn't go grab our books. So we have a book of... like... Day of Protection or something?
I can't learn that.
Where are you? I'm fairly positive that we already have the book, right? For one of the buffs. There it is.
I can't learn that.
No, you can't learn that. Oh! Oh, right, I don't have the money! I forgot. Completely forgot. Okay, do we have this? Yes. Yeah, once this reflector goes down... it's bad timing. Once this reflector goes down, we should be able to... clear the bulk of the rest of this without too much issue. The projectiles the unicorns shoot are pretty slow. So I'm anticipating that we won't have too much difficulty with most of the enemies here. Since we don't have to worry about getting in melee range with them. Like, we don't have to deal with the triple shot just obliterating us from the unicorns and stuff like that. Did I save? Where did I go save? Just in case. Yeah, these shouldn't be too much of a problem, I think. Just need to do one fire blast. It's a beautiful thing. Alright, do you have... Okay. Gotta have your rotation enabled. I should have checked. Whoa! Okay, we just took out 2 sets of them. There we go. Get our mana back. Save the game. But yeah, we're going to need to get the other characters into some better gear. Because I don't want to just have our dragon carrying us throughout the whole game. We definitely want to resolve that disparity in damage. It should be something that we can do soon. Because, like, right now... that one item is just... Cassowary doesn't have that many items. So Cassowary is able to really just jump ahead very quickly by just getting one good item, and it's like, okay, now we have the one good item. We just go ham. Because like, what percentage of our stats is this one item? So this is like 1.25. Each of these are what, like 75%? Probably like 75%-ish. So this is 1.25-ish, I think. That checks out. I think this is about 1.25. So each of the, we need like 2 of these rings to equal this. So then we have, so this is, I guess we could just do the math. So 6 times that is 4.5 plus 1, so 5.5. And this is 1.25. So this is about a sixth of our total enchants. All of the stats that we're getting, a sixth of them come from this item. Which is a lot, right? Which is also funny because it's like there's only 7 items, so it's like you could just go with a 7th and you'd get pretty damn close to it. Because there isn't that huge a difference between them. Okay. But yeah, so it's about a sixth of my value. Whereas like with a different character, like even if they're using a 2-hander, like a 2-hander is like worth 2. But then their armor is also 1.5, right? So like just there's so much gear that like even a 2-handed weapon is not making that enormous a contribution by comparison. Though in terms of pure damage, it obviously makes a huge difference because it's also increasing your base damage, which you don't get on a dragon. Dragons don't have like a base damage boost that's coming out of their there. Unless they do, but I don't think so. I don't think Might's giving them like a base damage boost. I think it's just a multiplier. Though, I don't know, we were hitting really hard with our physical attacks. We were hitting real hard with physicals, so it's possible, I guess. Yeah, either way, we should be able to very casually blast through like good portions of what's left here without too much difficulty. That is a lot of shots coming at me that I should probably have been dodging. Yeah, when we pull a massive swarm like that, we should probably treat it with the slightest bit of respect. This is good. Okay, we're going to have to come to those after we can actually... I guess we could cast with you, right? Yes. That wall is real close. Yeah, I think we should clear out the surroundings first. There's just such a huge pack there that... It's also funny, these don't have bodies, so just like a bunch of red just disappears all at once. It's very cool. This is going to be so much easier than it is on Melee's. It's especially funny because, like, on the melee run, part of the reason I like using Liches is because I struggle so much with this zone in particular.
Yes, we've done it.
Triple kill. And so, like, being able to just, like, negate all of the light damage that comes out here, which is a decent portion of it. Like, I think about half the enemies in the zone are light elementals. It's maybe only a third, but there's not really that many... Oh, wait, no, they're on 2 different sides. So yeah, it is probably closer to a third. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Shit. I would love to fly away successfully. Okay, we managed to get away. It's a pretty decent heal. So we can save it up. Everyone's doing fine. What are these? Yellow and empty. Oh, we can check the thing here as well. Let's see if we can get Hour of Power, because then we could cast Haste.
A library of magical
Yep,
knowledge.
here's Hour of Power. We can't afford it. It's way too expensive. Day of the Gods is a lot cheaper, but we also can't afford that. You know, that was the exact smug expression that we needed to see there. We now have Paralyze. So we've lacked a real, like, good, hard CC on our characters. Like, Fear is broken the second that you hit a target. Like, we just don't have a lot of great options for it. So we now have another character who can use CC at all. And I think it might be I think it might not have a projectile. We'll find out. So also we should check. I think there's like an outdoor only nuke, right?
A library of magical knowledge.
That available here. We also have Summon Wisp available, which hypothetically could be very powerful, but probably not going to get. Okay, we're saving under caster nonsense because I am a little concerned that I'm going to get myself eradicated and not notice or something silly of that sort. I'd like to just have 2 saves. Okay, Dancing Light is toast. Save under caster nonsense, which is not the caster save. Unfortunately, these Will-O-Wisps do not give any money, which is important for us right now because we're so close. Actually, do we have enough? Did we get enough just from the Basilisk? Let's find out. Oh, we didn't play Archimage either, because the tavern was actually closed when we arrived.
Join the party.
Okay, let's play some Archimage. We can do a Pearl Wisdom. We should have done the +1 turn thing first. Give me all them turns. Shatter comes out. Get another fairy out. Tower Gremlin is cheap enough that it's probably worth it this early in the game. The enemy tower is like small enough at this point that sorry, the enemy wall is small enough at this point, but they just got their first big wall card, so I'm probably never touching their wall ever again. We might do it just for the +6 wall, though, honestly. And this is a rock launcher, so it's worth using. We have plenty of bricks. We're not going to be spending any more beasts unless they are going to give us a very strong utility. I don't think we need -1 to enemy to all queries. I don't think that serves any purpose for us right now. We're going to crystallize because we're at 0. And we will do this. That gives us gems, which is worth casting. This gives us a little bit of wall. We're using Bag of Baubles. We need to get rid of all these. We've got so many of these useless beasts. We're going to strip mine. And we're going to make you lose bricks. And we need to start dumping cards. We're going to get rid of Spizzer. We're going to get rid of Orc. The only victory condition that you can control for whether you are, like, even approaching it is resources. A resource victory you can always, every single turn, advance toward. So as a result of that, I always prefer to be building toward a resource victory at all times. And I always go for recruits because recruits are kind of useless as a resource. I should have gotten rid of this rabbit sheep. Unfortunately, they have such a huge advantage in recruit income that probably I'm not going to be able to maintain my lead there. But on the plus side, it doesn't matter that much. I shouldn't have actually thrown that away. I could have potentially bought myself a turn with that. Because they are going to surpass me here. They're getting twice as much as I am. Let's see. Tremors gives us another card. This one magic. Okay, we just need to get to 100. Oh, we got the Troll Trainer. That covers a big portion of the deficit that we had there. So hopefully we can maintain a lead here. We need one tower. Okay, this is a great card for us. There we go. And you don't win until your turn ends. So if you get yourself a victory condition while this would actually be a great achievement if this game had achievements available. But if you get a play again card, you can actually achieve a victory condition and then play again and unachieve that victory condition. So if I'd used Power Burn, I could have gone to 100, which is the victory condition, and then gone back down to 95, and I wouldn't have won on that turn, despite the fact that I had reached the victory condition. Okay, we have to find the book. It was around here somewhere. Right here. Okay, Day of Protection
Well,
learned.
good to have.
How about that? We already know Torchlight. We already know Blades. Mass Fear, we learn.
I can't learn that. Learn that?
I can't learn that.
We have Awaken already.
I can't learn that.
We don't have the skill for Lloyd's Beacon yet, because we don't have Master Water. Do we have Master Water anyway? Not yet, no. Okay. So, let's keep plowing through here. We can now cast Day of Protection. So this lasts for 8 seconds. Let's see. So, with that being cast, we can stop maintaining some of these other spells. So, Shield is part of that other thing. We could maintain Shield if we want. Let's maintain Shield and Stone Skin, because we can. And we do not need water resistance active. Are you the one doing the resistances? We don't have fire resist. Okay, we don't have fire resistance active. So, that just gives us a nice boost to our resists and some other stuff. What else is attached to this? And yes, so once we get up to some value of light magic skill, which I don't remember what the value is, we will actually cap this out as well. So that'll be good. So before, the way the scaling worked, the light magic version was not ever going to be like as good as the Fangerwood, because it just scales a little bit worse, right? It's still great, right? But the light magic version was like a little weaker. In this new patch, the light magic version is now weaker until your skill reaches the point where it caps out anyway. At which point it's capped out. But it takes a higher skill to cap it out. But requiring a higher skill to cap it out doesn't matter if you're pumping the skill anyway. Right? Like, it doesn't matter if I need a higher investment. I mean, it means that it doesn't cap out quite as early, right? But, like, you're also going to be getting it done faster because you're only doing one instead of doing a bunch, you know? So... you don't have to invest in as broad a fashion.
Yes, we've done it.
Was that a... No, that was... I think Inferno has the same... Or not Inferno. Incinerate has the same sound effect as Meteor Swarm does on cast. Okay, so Dancing Lights Toast. We can cast this. We can also cast Paralyze on one of these things and just see how long it lasts. Being able to cast Paralyze on a boss and lock it down for a few seconds is potentially going to be very valuable for us in the in situations where we don't have a lot of room to kite.
We've done it.
Who wants
Okay.
some?
Okay. Easy peasy. So we're at 26%. We haven't seen our first boss here yet, have we? We have. The first boss was a unicorn that we haven't killed yet. No, the first boss was the reflector that we did kill already. So we've actually not just seen a boss, we've killed a boss.
Who's
enough. Okay, we're at 28% now. Making progress. Shit. I definitely deserved to die there, and I didn't. Okay. Okay, there's the next boss. We're going to save this. Let's see if we can get these pulled in a nice, proper fashion. This is gonna kill me. There's just so many projectiles coming my way. Hagrid, so many enemies there. We managed to survive that. Having to recast. Oh, we're hitting the fucking floor. That's not great. Okay, got that one toasted. Unicorn herd leaders down. Let's go to blast. Okay, that one is still alive. Okay. If they get close enough to me, they are going to consistently hit me with the triple projectile. So they also have a decent bit of HP. These are surviving way better than the others were. Fuck. Oh man, these. You know what? These trees are pretty rough. Fuck. Triple shot. We can't do the Unicorn King because we don't have the thinger completed. You need to get all of the gizmos to unlock the Unicorn King. That is a spooky amount of damage. Toward me. Look at those projectiles. Obelisks, that's the word, yes.
Easy slay.
Okay, that's actually going to be really rough to deal with. Those triple shots are serious business. I don't think they trace, though, so maybe it'll be easier than I think, and I just need to sidestep them. I don't know if the center one tracks. If the center one tracks, then we're in deep shit.
Nice shot.
Really? Interesting. Do you need them in merge? Because I thought that you needed them, but if you don't need them, then we could potentially do them. We could get that done. Okay, if it's default on, then yeah. Okay, this is going to be real rough. I think the easiest way to handle this is actually just to do orbital bombardments. Because the orbital bombardments will trigger them to attack, which stops their movement completely for a second. And if I do that from around cover, we should be fine. Yeah, those are rough. That's a 4. That was a herd leader? Oh, I didn't notice. Okay, we killed 2 herd leaders there, I think. Excellent. Ooh. So this is swift, which means that it's actually going to run like a horse instead of running like... a snail. Got it. Yeah, okay. Okay. Does this track? I think that tracked. I could be wrong. I think that the middle one is tracking, which means that the ability to dodge these is yeah, that's definitely tracking. Oh no. That is mean. Oh, that's mean. At least they don't all track, but even just the one tracking means that, like, dodging these projectiles is real rough. Okay. I guess I'm going to try getting this into this corner. And I guess I don't need it in the corner necessarily. I just need it... Okay, I don't have line of sight if it's too far away there. Can I hit you from here?
Go.
Sure can. Can I hit me from here? Yes. Definitely.
It's a match for me.
Okay, that's probably not the most efficient way to do this. We are going to swap to implosion. We are going to turn rotation off. We are just going to implosion this to death while it stands there looking silly. That's going to be how we handle this. Don't judge me. Don't you dare pass judgment on me. I tell you what, this is a good and solid strategy that doesn't involve the slightest bit of cheese. That's my story, and I am sticking to it right up until this thing breaks out and kills me, at which point I'll say this was a cheesy strategy anyway, and I don't want to do it. A very honest. A very honest liar. I think that is not an inaccurate statement, actually. I would consider myself an honest liar. I shouldn't be drinking this one. This one is like room temperature. And I have no air conditioning. I guess I should probably, while I'm doing this, put it on double speed, but I am concerned that it's going to escape containment if I do. We're going to wait for maybe like 30% mana, something like that.
Beats me.
Yeah, over the weekend I started up a new
Never seen
game
one before.
called I Was a Teenage
Never
Exocolonist,
seen one before.
which has a great name. Like, as a title for a game, that is an excellent title. And it's a very cute game that I've been enjoying a lot.
It's a match.
And I really like how the save system works in the game.
Never seen one before.
And I will not specify further, but the save system in the game is excellent. It's very, very cool.
Who wants some?
It's very cool, very thematic. it's like top tier. It's a mechanic I've never seen before in a game, I don't think. I've seen related mechanics, but I've never seen anything that's quite like this. Super good, super clutch. And it's just like it's a fun, it's just a fun game generally with like a lot of cool, like character building stuff. It's actually funny because it's not super dissimilar mechanically from the Problem with Revolution, which like the actual like stat builds that I have for it, like the actual documentation, and to a degree what's already coded, but the stuff that's coded is mostly in the background. You're not interacting with it directly. The player doesn't get the user interface for the stats in the background until later. So, like, it's going to be probably like a couple hours of gameplay before the Problem with Revolution gives you access to the UI to directly see these stats. Well, maybe not. It depends. I've been thinking about tying the user interface to your introspection stats, so that you unlock the UI for like being able to see what like the composition of your soul is. Once you have enough introspection that like it's like basically a mechanic you're unlocking as opposed to anything else, where it's like you're unlocking the ability for the character to identify these things in a more direct fashion, right? Which in theory could unlock very rapidly, depending on what your choices are in the introduction. There's already a fairly large degree of disparity between some of the options and others in terms of certain stats that are the introspection stats you can start getting early, and if you start getting them early, introspection leads to more introspection. You're not like, it's not going to make huge numerical differences, but it makes a fairly large amount of difference in terms of the way the intro flows, whether the character has any idea what the hell's going on or not. Like that's already written in. It's shocking nobody, as someone who absolutely loved whatchamacallit, Planescape Torment, and who, you know, loves Disco Elysium even though I haven't finished it. The introspection capacity is going to be a pretty important component of the gameplay. Anyway, the stats are very different in the thing that I'm building than in the I Was a Teenage Exocolonist, but the fundamentals of how like you are like working with those stats is actually pretty similar to a large degree. Probably there's going to end up being a pretty major difference between the two. Like the scope of the project that I'm working on involves different the size of the project comes from different locations than it does in the Exocolonist game, right? Like for reasons that I won't go into for risk of spoiling the Exocolonist game. I'm not worried about spoiling mechanical details for a game project that I'm working on. because I don't expect to actually finish it. There's a build that you could play if you wanted. I think I posted that build publicly. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't post that build, which would be kind of funny. There isn't any gameplay to speak of yet. It's very much a pretty standard like visual novel at this point, because the thing that separates the kinds of visual novels that I like, the kind of Ren'Py games that I like versus the ones that I don't find interesting, is in most visual novel type games, and honestly a lot of RPGs in general, they have flags that are tracking whether you did a very specific thing, right? So did you do X or did you do Y, right? And those are useful flags to have. Those are really useful to be able to have direct feedback on like a specific thing that you have done. But they don't make a very strong exclusive thing. Having people be very responsive to individual behaviors, but not particularly responsive to larger scale things, is, I think, like patterns of behaviors, right? Basically. Now, a lot of games have something, they have like an alignment system, right? So they'll have like the Renegade versus Paragon, or the like light side, dark side, or whatever, right? Like a lot of games have something like that, which kind of is what I'm talking about. But it's this just binary. It's this binary, like, not binary is not the right word. But binary spectrum sounds strange, but it's a bipolar spectrum. That's what I'm looking for. It's a bipolar spectrum, right? There's two poles, and you can be anywhere in between those two poles, but there's just the two poles. And so in games like that, there's a tendency for, okay, I murdered a bunch of orphans, but I also donated to the orphanage, so it's fine, right? Where people are like not responsive to the extremity of your behavior. They're responsive to the average of it, right? The median of your behavior, which is not super optimal. So you have these two things that are like very commonly in games. But things that I find much more interesting than that are stuff that show up a lot in The Last Sovereign, which is you have all sorts of data tracking of variables of like, okay, how much have you done for this faction? How much have you done for this sub-faction? How much have you done for this city? How much have you done to improve the city versus how much you've done to like improve how much the city likes you? Like tracking these large and small scale things of like it's not just like a reputation system in the sense of like, okay, there's a bunch of factions and they all have individual reputations. It's like stuff like, okay, how much economic investment do you have? Just generally, right? Like, regardless of source, regardless of faction, right? How much, like, monetary power is behind your armies, right? That kind of like large-scale tracking leads to the ability to do things that you don't always have to do. You can just respond with, like, a specific dialogue to a specific thing that the character has done. But you always have the ability to. You always have the ability to be like, okay, does it make sense for this character to, like, as a random, like, going back to, like, the economy thing, for this character who has, like, a controlling share in multiple banks and is, like legitimately an economic, mover and a shaker, to like be treated in a certain way by like a banker, right? Like, how does it influence the way that a banker is going to interact with you? But also, like, how does it interact? How does it influence the way that like your character is going to respond to certain things? What are the options that are available to you? Because you're like, oh, I could leverage this wealth that I have in a specific way that, like, if I had control over like a manufacturing hub, I couldn't necessarily do. But also, you have access to, you know, a certain degree of manufacturing. You have like raw material extraction, raw material processing, which are different things. Like, if you have access to certain amounts of these, can you bypass like certain like the need to like pick up certain things, right? Like, okay, we need to have this thing for the plot, but what if you already have something that serves that objective, right? There's a lot of cool stuff that you can do with stuff like that, and just generally it's nice to track all the variables of like, okay, let's keep track of everything. You don't have that happen every day. I just sat on a testicle. That was unpleasant. Ouch. Okay, that's gonna be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. It's been a pain to stream for you tonight. I'm not actually ending stream. I pushed myself forward in my chair in a way that was not good. That was not good. Oh man. I'm just rolling on under. I don't think I've ever done that before. I think that is the first time that I've ever done that. Okay, we're fine. We're fine. Game mechanics. Yeah, so tracking lots of variables is good. That's the point I'm getting at, is tracking lots of variables is good. And the thing is that I'm tracking a lot of variables right now already in the build that I have, but the build is so early that there's not like time for that to become apparent, right? It would be easier if I was making a project that consists just of the build that I have to just track everything as like it's very simple, like, okay, you know, what did I do here? Okay, set this value to 1 so that I can do the thing, right? Because like, how many ways do you have to boost the various stats? Like, 1 or 2, right? So it's like, it's not apparent from the current build what it looks like under the hood. And anyway, tracking lots of variables, I think, makes for like a fun extra bit of plot. Like, it just makes it more it just makes it more like visceral, right? Because it just gives again, it doesn't matter if as the developer you're not going to make use of it. It doesn't really matter. You can track as many or as few variables as you like. If you're not going to be using all those variables, who cares? But I actually think that it's good as a best practice to just track a bunch of variables kind of willy-nilly by default. Because if you just start out going, okay, like, this character, this, like, scene, this scenario, right? This, like, whether it's a character group or it's like, you know, okay, like, we've introduced a few choices, or even just the one choice that like meaningfully changes like the economic situation that the character's in. And it would be a good idea to track that, and not to just track it as a flag of like, okay, I have now become the wealth, right? Because I did this one specific thing. Because that's not like future proofing for you. But to instead be like, okay, like, that's a regenerating will-o-wisp. How fucking dare you? To instead track it on like a thing where it's like, okay, this gives +5 to your wealth. Is this the only thing that we are building that's ever going to influence wealth? Maybe. But we might as well track it this way, because then if we need to change it later, then later we already have the system built, we already have the thing built, so that if we decide, oh, it would be cool to like to make this thing have a similar effect to if you did this earlier decision, right? You can just do that trivially. You're just like, okay, this thing gives a +3 and this thing gives a +2. So if you have both of these things together, your like total, you know, your total value is a 5, which is equal to having done this thing over here, right? I don't know. I just think that it's useful to track stuff, tracking variables. But for right now, it's just not very obvious that I've done it. The thing that's going to get real rough for me is that, like, it's a very writing-heavy task to do something like that. To actually, like, make use of all of those things is really quite a lot of work. And I don't work. I don't really consistently put in the hours into an individual project really, and so like the creators that I would be mirroring in terms of that, I know how much work they put into that shit. I'm familiar with how hard they are working, and so it's like, with how hard they work to make that happen, which is a broadly solo project. I think that group writing can work, but it's intrinsically less cohesive than something that you just write yourself. It's part of why, like, every video game has a plot that's at least somewhat incoherent. And almost every video game tells a different story than any of the writers think they told. Because it's not until you get to, like, the players that you actually get anybody really interacting with the entire story at once, without, like, a huge amount of, like, insider information about what it's supposed to look like. Because there's a big difference between what a story is supposed to say and what a story says. And, you know, the author doesn't have the ability, without editing the product, to change what the product actually says with their words, right? Like, the thing that they said is the thing that they said, and trying to, like, piece together a cohesive narrative out of the basic building blocks of what was written is sort of like the job of the player, or the job of the consumer. The person who's reading the art is the one who ultimately has to figure out how everything gets put together and how it all works together. And if the author has done a good job, then one of the viable interpretations of that should be the thing that they intended. And that works as an interpretation and is coherent and doesn't require any, mental gymnastics or erasing parts that they wrote or this, that, or the other thing in order to make it work. Like, I think, so, like, a good example of what I mean by that is that the story of Final Fantasy VII that the people who were involved in creating it think that they told is actually very different than the story as written is implied to be. There's like a pretty major disconnect between the two, right? I don't feel like I need to be too concerned about spoilers for Final Fantasy VII. It's been plenty long. But like, go away if you don't want spoilers for a 30-year-old game, I guess. But like, the thing about Final Fantasy VII is that the character of Sephiroth is only in the game for about like two or 3 minutes, right? Like Sephiroth dies before the game starts. Sephiroth is dead. He's gone. He's not in the narrative, right? And the thing about that is that I'm not sure how much of that is specific to the international version and the stuff that they added in the international version versus stuff that's in the like original, right? Because I do know that the international version added certain stuff. So it added a bunch of stuff to like Zack's whole arc. Like the vast majority of the content that involves Zack isn't in the original Japanese release. It's only in the international releases. Because Zack was like added at the last second, apparently, as a character, which is really wild to me because it's like they were clearly flailing to figure out how to make this plot work until the somethingth hour. It's not the 9th hour. That doesn't make any sense. It's the somethingth hour, whatever. They were clearly like flailing to get the plot to work. And to be clear, the plot actually does work, right? Like I think that it works coherently. It's just that there's like a disconnect between what the various authors seem to think that they made and what they actually made, in part because apparently behind the scenes, like they were hiding information from some of the people who were responsible for writing scenes. So there's like a disconnect in like what people think is happening, which is a crazy thing to think of in like a writing team. Is like only half the writing team knows that Zack exists. Like what the fuck is happening? Right? Like even after they decided on it, they didn't tell the people that were writing scenes unless they absolutely had to know. It was like you're on a need-to-know basis for like one of the most important reveals in the game, which is unusual. Anyway, basic point being that like a very surface level reading of Final Fantasy VII will lead you to think, okay, the villain of the game is Sephiroth, and he went crazy and like decided that he wanted to like destroy the world to do weird, like vague, crazy people things, right? Which I think describes as the motivations of the fake character very effectively. But the thing is that the Gast files exist in the narrative. So in the international version, at the very least, and I don't know if the Gast files were in the original. I know the Zack stuff was added, but I don't know about the Gast files. And in the Gast files, Ifalna explicitly discusses the nature of Jenova. And Jenova is basically the thing from... Is it the thing? Yes, it's the thing from the titular movie The Thing, right? And Jenova is like a creature of like illusion and metamorphosis that impersonates
I'm hurt.
the dead that are important to you, right? It impersonates people that are important to you and that you care about, right? And there is no more famous person in the Final Fantasy universe, the Final Fantasy VII universe, than Sephiroth. Sephiroth is the most famous character in the world. Everybody knows Sephiroth. Sephiroth is the person that Jenova would impersonate. That's who Sephiroth is. He's the person that Jenova would do that to, right? And so you end up with this weird situation it's similar to like the problem that you run into with the Arthas and Kil'jaeden situation, where like Arthas was just randomly decided they can't kill off Arthas as a character and use him as like a husk that is controlled by Kil'jaeden because people liked Arthas too much to get rid of. But like, in a similar vein, the Sephiroth that you see throughout the game is very obviously not Sephiroth. It's very obviously Jenova from the very start. Like it's very apparent, and by from the very start I mean it's not immediately apparent when you first play the game, but it's apparent when once you have seen the Gast files, once you've played through the game and you know all the things, it's like, oh, okay, Sephiroth never comes back. We never see Sephiroth again. This is just Jenova. It's Jenova the whole time. The villain of the game is Jenova. And the issue is that is not the interpretation. That's the most coherent explanation for what we see in game, in universe, because otherwise you're heavily underutilizing Jenova as a character. Like, Jenova as a character, if you don't assume that Sephiroth is Jenova, is just kind of like vaguely there and creepy and never does anything, right? Like, Jenova doesn't do anything. It's the calamity from the skies never shows up in the narrative in a meaningful way, which is that's an insane waste to not have the calamity from the skies ever do or say anything. But then you realize, okay, never mind, the calamity from the skies has been talking this whole time. Especially because, like, if you look at even in like the extended media, like, you know, shall I give you despair is not a line. Oh, cool. I didn't realize that was going to be Cowrie. Shall I give you despair is a crazy thing for the Sephiroth that we see during the flashbacks to say. That's just not in character for him. And, oh, he just went crazy is not an interesting justification. And, oh, he's been mind controlled by an entity that we never see is equally uninteresting, right? It's just not super interesting to be like, okay, we never see this entity behave, but they are so powerful that they can take the strongest, like, creature on the planet and turn them into this thing, right? Like, it's a whole thing. Anyway, justice for Jenova and all that. Really good game, by the way. One of the reasons that I'm less interested in a remake is the fact that the developers who made it, like the writers who would be writing a remake, think that Sephiroth is in Final Fantasy VII. Like, that's like a thing that for me is like a non-starter as like a place to approach doing a remake. Because like, if you're just copying the text, if you're just copying everything word for word, you're just doing the thing again. Then it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you think if you're just copy pasting what exists, because what exists tells a very coherent and cohesive story. But the issue is that like, if you aren't doing that, which they're not with any of these remakes, if you're not doing that, then you run into the issue of like kind of retconning in a very fan service. You're making like fan fiction basically. That is, you know, fan fiction's great, but like I don't need to read fan fiction that involves like a character behaving out of character or like a fundamental misunderstanding of like what's going on. And because it's a multi-person team, I don't know who created the gas files, but whoever created the gas files really undermined the ability for them to go, oh yeah, you know, Sephiroth is definitely still alive. Sleep well, Hawkheart. Real hard to justify the belief that Sephiroth is in the narrative when the gas files exist. I should figure that out. Let's see. The gas files. How's gas spelled? Is it spelled like the animal? In FF7, in original. See. His name is Gas. Okay, so I wonder if the wiki is going to have the information that I'm seeking. What I'm basically looking for is whether the discussions with Ifalna are in the original or if they were added into the international version, because they're really hard to find. Let's see. That's interesting. I don't see that information on here. I would have to literally play the original Japanese version, because they also have an international version in Japan, right? They have the version that Americans have as well, and so you'd be looking for like a original basically you're looking for an early release of it. It's kind of wild like how few of the Final Fantasy games are finished when they get released in Japan. like Japan really gets kind of boned with a lot of these games, where like if you want to play the game when it's finished, you kind of have to like wait through the huge cultural swell of people playing through the game. All around you, and then wait for them to get like an international release out like a year later. It's kind of wild to think about. And like sometimes that ends up being, you know, to the advantage, the relative advantage anyway, of them versus like the American audience. Like the international version of Final Fantasy X wasn't released in the United States. It was only released in Europe because Europe got the later release, right? Whereas like the Americans got, I think, like the same basic release the Japanese players got. But then once it got to Europe, because it had spent so much more time, they had the ability to finish up all the stuff that they were always intending to finish, but didn't get around to before Thinger. Turns out Square's always been up to some kind of shady shit with regards to kind of like toxic monetization strategies. They've always been up to some business over there. Like, oh, see, if we don't finish the game, we can sell it to our local audience twice. Which is like, honestly, way worse than like early release culture is, to be honest. Like early release culture of like, you know, okay, well, we're gonna pretend that this game is in a viable state for 3 years, and maybe we'll finish it at some point. I guess that's probably worse, but at least they're not like selling you the game multiple times. When the next patch comes out, you don't have to re-buy it usually. Did Arc 2 ever come out? Did they ever bother to release Arc 2? I don't think they did. Talk about a bait and switch. So Arc is a really interesting game because it's like, it's got very unique mechanics. It's got very complicated like breeding mechanics and this, that, and the other thing. It's an interesting game that was made by Sociopaths, and I'm not really going to go into the details of that because I just don't feel the need to. But you know what? I will go into the one detail that goes into that, which is it's a game where when you are logged out, you're still in the game if you're playing on any of like the MMO servers, and you have the ability to respawn if you die, but you also have the ability to force feed people so that they don't die of starvation, and you also have the ability to there's an item in the game that allows you to handcuff someone so they can't do anything. So it's a game where you can have your character literally tossed in a prison cell and force fed to keep them alive, so that you just can't play the game. Because you can't play because your character you can't play, right? There's nothing you can do. So that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about when I'm talking about the like made by Sociopaths. Some of the survival games have this very weird, like extremely like, oh, this is kind of a game for serial killers vibe to them. And Ark is really interesting because it's a very fascinating creature collector, and also a game made for budding serial killers. Like, it's both of those things at the same time, right? Very strange intersection there from my perspective. Not like a huge overlap in audience, you think, but legitimately does very interesting things with creature collector stuff. I've never seen anything that really is particularly comparable to like the kind of shenanigans that you can do with the dinosaur breeding in that game. But let's see here. Oh, so anyway, they advertised that Arc 2 was coming out for many years, and when it got close to release, they said, okay, we're going to push an update to Arc, which is in this incredibly janky engine that doesn't work very well. And so, like, this is when, like, the game was supposed to be releasing imminent. Like, Arc 2 is, like, nearing release. They're like, okay, we're gonna, before you get Arc 2, we're gonna push Arc 1 onto this Arc 2 build, because Arc 1 is janky and a nightmare to deal with. So, and so it was originally sold as, okay, we're going to basically just push this build, and then you'll be able to, like, anybody who has Arc 1 will still have Arc 1, and you'll just, like basically move over to this new build on these new servers, right? Like, oh, look at us, we're being very pro-social or whatever. So, and it would also work as good, like, testing for the build, sort of for the actual, like, engine for Arc 2. Like, there's legitimate utility in doing it with a system that already exists and works. So naturally what ends up happening is that I have confirmed Arc 2 still has not released, but what has happened is that right before they decided to do this thing, they said, oh, actually, we've changed our mind. We're actually going to sell you the new version of Arc for the same price that you paid for Arc the first time. And also, we're taking down all of the Arc 1 servers and replacing them with new servers using this for this new build. So you don't have the ability to keep playing the game that you've been playing, because it's an MMO, right? Like, if you kill the servers, you've basically, like, killed the game for large portions of people. You can run a private server, but if you weren't running a private server for the last 5 years, you were on a different... If you were on a server, then... Yeah. So anyway... So it's just like a full bait and switch of, like, okay, we're going to pretend that we're going to release a new game, and then we just won't do that, and we will release the old game on a new build, which I don't know if the new build is any good or not even. Like, I don't know anything about it. The only thing I know about it is how, like, enraged the player base was by the fact that, like, the company was just engaging in this heinous shit. So anyway, it was kind of a wild thing. The publisher already has, like, a really terrible, like, reputation within the art community, because the publisher has their own, like, guild in the game. This is the publisher. I don't think it's the developers. I think it's the publisher. Has their own guild in game, and anytime they're about to lose a fight, they reset the servers to before the fight happened. Like, they literally just have a cheating version, like, where they have a server where they are the only people who are allowed to win on that server. It's like this truly wild, like, dystopian shit of, like, we have created, well, except these aren't the people who created it, this is the publisher, this isn't the thing, but, like, we've bought this game so that we can cheat at it. And no one can stop us because we own it. Because developers don't own games, publishers own games. Occasionally developers own games, but generally speaking, the publisher meaningfully is the one who has control of the copyright. So, yeah. Wild stuff. I don't know how that relates to anything we were talking about before. I don't know how I got on this tangent. It doesn't relate to... I think it relates to... It vaguely relates to builds. Like game builds in some way that is reasonable.
Nice shot.
I should probably, since I am fighting physicals again, we should cast Mistform and save the game. So I'm now remembering that video essay that I never made of how the plot of the FF7 remake is about... The actual plot of it is that the plot of FF7 isn't good enough. I stand by that interpretation. Is that the plot of the remake is, doesn't it suck that we have to be bound by the script of a masterpiece instead of just doing stupid Kingdom Hearts bullshit? Because Kingdom Hearts is bullshit. I'm going to be perfectly clear. That is a series that, like, the more room the, like, head writers have to, like, to run with it, the worse it gets. It gets worse with every single iteration, without fail. Oh no. You're reflecting? Why are you reflecting? God, what a rough set of enemies we've run into here. We had a regenerator, now we have another reflector? Oof. I guess my light bolts aren't gonna hit very hard, huh? Yeah, the best thing about the FF7 remake is the fact that there are entire scenes that are just taken from the original script. And they're just done in, like, beautifully voice acted and, like, animated detail. And those scenes are amazing. And some of the scenes that have been added are just kind of dumb fun. But for the most part, the emphasis is on the dumb. Like it's less, and by that I don't mean like, oh, this is like crass or whatever. It's you're taking the first 5 hours of a game and trying to turn it into a 30-hour game, and it's all filler. It's all filler and garbage and very sad. Like almost everything that was added, like if you're looking at like how much time you're going to spend, almost every single bit that was added to it is padding. And it's padding that is like really obvious and blatant. Like you go through like the entire train graveyard section, and you fight the boss, and you find out the secrets of all the things that are happening and this, that, the other thing. And then you enter the train graveyard and do it again. And by that I don't mean that like later in the game you come back to the train graveyard. I mean you do the entire train graveyard section in 2 different iterations, like 2 different scripts of the train graveyard. 2 interpretations of what they could have done with the train graveyard are done, one right after the other. It takes hours. And it's a section of the game that in the original game you probably go through 3 or 4 random encounters, and you do a few puzzles. And like the whole thing takes maybe 10 minutes if you're playing slow. It might take a little longer if there's an enemy there that's unique that you don't see anywhere else that has a really cool item that you can steal. So if you go for the steal, you could probably spend 20 minutes there easy, right? But like a first-time player is probably going to go in there and fight for like and like be there for 10 minutes and then leave, right? It's an in-between space that doesn't have any meaningful interaction, right? And so they make baffling creative choices. They're not that baffling. Like it's very clear that like a bunch of the section, like there's a section of the game where like, and this isn't even a spoiler because it's not canonically true. It's just true in terms of what they did with the assets. There's a period in the game where you're going through a completely different area. You're just going through an area, and you just randomly show up at the Nibelheim reactor. And then you have to do an entire dungeon that's the Nibelheim reactor that is on a different continent. And you're just inexplicably there. And you have like a whole thing that happens at this place that you're not supposed to be at yet. But because of the fact that they built the environment for the trailer before they changed the scope of the project, they had the assets built, and so they just threw it randomly into a completely different section of the game because they had the assets for it. So, like, the development cycle for the FF7 remake, I can't imagine how, like, horrifying the workflow there must have been. Like, what the hell happened to this project to make this happen? Because again, like, there's a lot of really good stuff there, right? There's a lot of really good stuff that's in there. Some of the stuff is really fun, and is like, I think, kind of like a cool and good addition. Like, I don't have like a problem with any of the stuff that they added to like Wall Market. I think Wall Market was always this kind of weird place that's full of like random mini games and random like side content. So it's like it makes sense that takes a bit longer now, right? Where it's like, oh, this is just like a little bit bigger than it was before, and it's like it takes a little bit more time to get through it. That's fine. If you want to add an hour to Midgar, and the hour that you're adding is like using this really cool location of Wall Market to like better effect, that seems great. I have no objection to that. But but most of it is not. Most of it's not wall market. Most of it is like, okay, we're gonna add a bunch of random fetch quests to areas of the game that you're in. Like in the original, you're there for like 15 minutes total, and it's all just narrative happening. There's a bunch of plot, and then you leave because the plot pulls you away from it, and maybe you go back, and maybe you don't, but like the locations are limited in their scope because, again, you don't spend the entire game in Midgar, right? Whereas like they made... I'm still shocked that they had the audacity to make the first 5 hours of Final Fantasy VII and like change a bunch of it and have the audacity to call up the FF7 remake and not tell people what they had ordered. That's an insane thing to do to me. Like, that to me is like, okay, this is class action lawsuit territory, basically. Like, this is very clear false advertising. Very clearly, like, this is a very different product than the product you claimed that it was, and you're not clever for lying to people about what you made. Right? The reason that they lied to people about what they made is that there would have been a massively smaller amount of people buying a new game that is a spin-off of Final Fantasy VII, which is what it is. It's not Final Fantasy VII, it's a spin-off, right? It's like alternate universe spin-off title. And by that, I don't just mean like they've made changes to the original plot. I mean, the plot of the game is that they don't want to be the plot of the original. Not like the... And I mean, and again, I mean that literally. It's... The primary antagonist of the Final Fantasy VII Remake is the living embodiment of the plot of Final Fantasy VII. And by that I don't mean an iconic character. It's not Jenova, it's not Sephiroth. It is the plot. The plot comes to life and tries to make the plot happen, and that's the villain of the remake, okay? It's insane. It's insane. It's some fucking Kingdom Hearts bullshit, and it's just unacceptable behavior. Cannot believe it. I cannot believe.
Who's next?
And it's all the more audacious. First of all, Final Fantasy VII is obviously like a masterpiece. So making the villain of your game the plot of Final Fantasy VII requires some effort, right? Like, you have to earn that with your writing, and they do not. They do not earn it. Because, again, the best parts of the remake are when they just voice act a scene that happened word for word in the original. I think the best scene in the remake is when Aerith and Cloud are walking on the rooftops together. I think that scene is the best scene. That's the scene that made Kaz want to play the original game, I think. Was me saying, okay, this scene here, this is literally just Final Fantasy VII. That's all that this is. This is literally word for word the same script. And I believe it is. There might be a couple of changes, but I don't think there are any. I think it's just the original script. So, like, there probably are a couple of fixes of, like, Sonyisms, but I don't even know that that scene had any. Like, I don't know that there's any really weird, like, mistranslations in that scene, which was a thing that the original was beset by. Like, fixing some of the translation issues in Final Fantasy VII, man, it's so much space to just, like, do Final Fantasy VII. You know, I guarantee you that that would have been made as a project by now if people were allowed to just make it. There's no way that you couldn't get a bunch of really talented like people together to join up and spend time making that project if it was legally allowed. We can blame capitalism for wait, where the fuck am I? Okay, we got the kill. But yeah. So sad. It also means that we're never gonna get an actual like remake. And I do think that I don't think that we need a remake for Final Fantasy X. 10 has voice acting, and I'm going to be perfectly honest, voice acting is an accessibility feature. I think that it's perfectly fine to not make a game with voice acting, but if you don't have voice acting, it's really hard to fit a like extremely long narrative into your life. And it's particularly hard like to like share it with someone else, like as a group activity. So voice acting, really important, really important. They're gonna have voice acting for the FFT remake, which is nice. Very excited for that. Looks like we have 1 minute left before we are ending stream, and then hopefully sometime this afternoon they're gonna fix the AC. Because I've been just sitting here sweating. I'm actually not sweating that much, but I am warm. I have been sitting here very warm. We'll get there. You know, the other thing that's funny is that, like, I still don't know what the new games are because they're fucking crazy with the titles. Like, I don't even know. Is Final Fantasy VII Rebirth a sequel to the remake? Or is it DLC? Like, I don't even know. Like, I haven't played it. I don't really have an interest in playing it. Like, I'm trying to think of, like, in the next few areas of the game, is there anything, like... Rude. I shouldn't have reloaded, actually. I should just... but yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything in the next few areas of the game that are, like, interesting enough to justify, like, dealing with all the bullshit. And I just don't think that there are. Because, like, there's, like, some cool stuff, but, like, if... I mean, I guess it would be kind of cool to see, like... But that already exists. Like, I don't need... The issue that the remake is going to run into there is that, like, the next part of the game is a flashback to a part of the world that's been done in, like, 5 games at this point, and just we simply don't need it redone. Right? Like, it's just simply unnecessary. I'm actually curious how far into the plot they are. Like, how many hours into Final Fantasy VII is the remake series at this point? Because I don't think the intent... I'm going to be perfectly honest. I don't think the intention is to finish the project. I see no reason to believe that their intention is to finish Final Fantasy VII Remake. I don't think it's going to be finished. Because in the same way that Kingdom Hearts is never going to be finished, right? You're never going to get the end of the plot of Kingdom Hearts. Because there's no desire to have it have an ending by the people that are making it. Kingdom Hearts was a great idea, and I think that the first game in the series had pretty excellent execution. But man, is that an example of a product that just fell off so hard. It's also funny because it comes out of nowhere if you just play the mainline series. It's like, it's pretty clear where like things are going if you do more than just the mainline series. Because the for a variety of reasons. But like the just continual, adding of random nonsense to the plot that doesn't need to be there is kind of exhausting. For a game series that is so much filler, they have so many games that are filler. Right? Because the Disney sections are filler, right? Like, they don't actually do anything narratively for the plot at all. They're just not meaningful. There might be, like, one character that says, like, 2 lines that relates back to the actual plot. But generally speaking, like, I'm trying to think, like, in the original game, I think the only character, like, the only Disney character that I can remember who's, like, a member of, like, one of the actual worlds you go to, I guess unless you count the pirate ship, which isn't really a world, it's a boat, but, like, for the most part, the actual like worlds that you go to, all of the characters that you meet in those worlds are completely separated from the actual plot. They don't understand that the plot even exists. Your characters do not tell them what's happening. So these are characters that like it's like a like in Star Trek they have the Prime Directive thing. Like, it's that they do for some unknown reason. Presumably so that they can, like, maintain the integrity of the plot of the, like, Disney stuff. But it's really unfortunate because, like, you can really tell in Kingdom Hearts 3 just how rough the like, creative control is on the, like, from the top down, but you can kind of tell from like Kingdom Hearts 2 that that's kind of going to be the way that things go as well, because like a lot of places in Kingdom Hearts 2 are retreading the same plot line that they did in Kingdom Hearts 1 because they're not allowed to do anything interesting with the source material. It's rough. Oh, it's 106. I guess I should probably end stream, huh? Okay, we just killed a herd leader. Hopefully we keep it. Hopefully we keep that. And we can save the game. So that is going to be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching. It has been an absolute pleasure to stream for you today, aside from that one part that was very, very painful. Physically painful. Not going to retread that. And I hurt myself a little bit. I'm still in a little bit of pain. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But anyway, yeah, I had a good time. I hope everyone else did as well. Thank you for watching, and I will see you again tomorrow when hopefully I will be in air conditioning and shaved. Later, folks.